together before it's too late. Do everything you ever wanted before it's too late. Just get it together.
Alright, my friends, welcome back. Glad to be here. I figure I woke up early, so I thought it was kind of planning to do this because I wanted to do an early morning flight. So, anyways, here we are. Thought it'd be a nice flight, and yeah. So I figured out my screenshots. I know how to do that with taking some pictures on looking out the window before we take off. Hopefully we get some good views, because it should start getting light out, I think. So let's go ahead, and I'm gonna leave that where it is. I'm going to open up the chat. Alright, so the chat's opened, and let's see. Set our altitude here on Pilot's Life. Which is going to be 40,000 feet. Alright, good deal. So we are flying from, let's see. So Orlando to KSBN. And I'm not 100% where that is. Let's see. What is the airport code? KSBN.
KSBN is the ICAO code for South Bend International Airport. This answer is from Wikipedia.
Oh.
6:25 a.m.
Okay, so it's South Bend. Okay. South Bend International. All right.
Ryan Bishop. Morning.
Hey, good morning, Ryan. How are you, buddy? All right,
Options menu.
so we got to go
Page
and
1 of 1.
start.
Pop-up window. Warning. This pop-up window. Warning. This will return
You know
to the
what?
main-
I need to make.
Pop-up window. Warning. This will return you to the main menu.
I need to make you an admin too, Ryan. I didn't even think about that. If you can come around maybe later this evening, if you're around when you see me fly again, I'll add you as a moderator as well,
Loading
because
23%.
obviously you're
Welcome
another
menu.
one that
Page 1 of 3.
is obviously
highlighted.
very trustworthy.
Activities.
So
Button 4 of 5.
if you want the position, you don't
Test
got to
skills
be a
with finding
moderator,
challenges,
but
push trips and
the more mods I got, the better.
Press ESC to quit to desktop. Press Tab to read support and release notes.
All right.
Welcome. Button. Maverick activities. Profile. Button. Options. Button. Currently highlighted. Profile. Button. Options. Button. Bullseye landing. Button 1 of
Ryan
5.
Bishop. Of YouTube or which
Activities.
one?
Button 4 of 5.
YouTube.
Ryan Bishop.
Bullseye landing.
I'm already a mod of YouTube.
You're a mod on BVI Pilots. Are you a mod on the other one? Which one you watching on, BVI Pilots or Lounge?
Welcome. Button. Currently highlighted. Profile. Button. Welcome. Button. Bullseye landing. Activities. Marketplace. Button 3 of 5. World map. Button. World map screen. Flying in Boeing 737 to 600. From select departure run, press space to search results. Aircraft selection and select departure. Search results. Text entry field. Select
KSB.
KSFB Orlando Sanford INT. Select KSFB Orlando Sanford INTL Orlando. Switch departure and select arrival. Combo box.
Okay, and then
Select to open a search field.
Ryan
Select from
Bishop.
recommended and recent airports.
BVI pilots.
After
But
an
I am
airport is
happy to
selected
do
here,
the other
an
one
additional
as
drop-down
well.
list becomes active below this
Okay.
one, to allow selection of a specific airport gate or runway. Press ESC to go back. Press F12 to reset. Press Control plus Enter to fly.
KSBN.
Press space to more. Press num. Switch departure and select arrival. Search results.
Ryan Bishop. I'm typically always
KPIA
around
slash
even if
Greater
I don't
Peoria,
chat.
Peoria. KPIA / Greater Peoria, Peoria. Switch departure and arrival. Select arrival.
Yeah, I know you're
Select arrival.
usually around.
Drop-down list.
So
Select to view available choices. Runways. Button. Flight conditions. Button. Select arrival. Combo search results 0. Text. KSBN / select arrival. KSBN South Bend INTL South
there we
Bend.
go, South Bend.
Switch departure and arrival points.
Have we flown to South Bend before? I feel like we have.
KSFB Orlando
Maybe
Sanford
not.
runway.
No, we've flown to
27R.
Fort Wayne.
Drop down lift. KSFB Orlando runway 27R.
I think it's the
Drop
first
down
time that we've done South Bend.
36 6000 and 9C 3000. 27C 30. Gate / parking. Parking 1 ramp GA large. Run gate. Parking 1 ramp GA large. Drop.
Okay, there's that.
Loading, please wait. 41%.
Alright, we're just loading the sim up now. So
Loading,
Orlando to
73%.
South Bend, Indiana.
Loading, please wait. 80%.
I didn't know South Bend had an I think it's in the, yeah. I didn't know they had an international airport.
Loading, please wait. 83%.
And we're back in the 600, by the way, which I like flying the 800 as well, but I really like this.
Loading, please wait.
The 600
84%.
does just as good.
Ready to fly. Button.
Alright, here we go. Alright, here we are. Alright, now gonna load our flight plan in here. Alright, exports. Alright, new flight there. Allegiant Airline looking to do VIP to our destination.
Hold on while I check the mission queue. I'll get back to you in 1 to 2 minutes. Allegiant 3720, SkyOps. Roger that, John. You're all set for the VIP mission. You're transporting a renowned novelist, Mr. Jonathan Quill, to a book signing event at Naples Municipal Airport. IKO Kilo Alpha Papa Foxtrot. He's accompanied by his publicist and assistant. Expect some engaging stories during the flight. We're sending your crew over now. You can expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
6:34 a.m. To notification.
Starting pre-flight flow.
All right, there we go.
Good morning, Captain.
I'm hoping to get a couple good screenshots on the way out this morning. V1 121, VR 122, and V2 128.
Well, hello, Captain. Just getting settled and the luggage loaded. We'll let you know as soon as we are secure.
Ryan Bishop. Wow, apparently South Bend is an international airport. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's what I say. I didn't know that neither. I had no clue about that. All right, so 40,000 is our altitude. We're going to use flaps 10. I always use flaps 10. Yeah, I never knew that. Never did. That beeping.
We are secure. Ready to go, Captain.
That beeping you heard from the inside of the cockpit. It makes a sound on the outside too. Which is really interesting. I don't know why it makes that noise on the outside, but I guess just to let you know, I guess when that alarm goes off, that way you can hear it outside too, in case you're outside the cockpit. You hear that? That's the fire alarm. If there was a fire. Because he's doing his test on the inside. That's an interesting sound. Alright, so yeah, I did not know that they were an international airport. I didn't even think it was that big of an airport, to be honest. I wonder how many runways South Bend has. I always thought people went to Indianapolis, not South Bend, but all right. Let's wait for these knuckleheads to tell me we're
The computer is programmed, except for the SIDS and stars.
Alright, let's program our...
Heading out for my checks.
Sid and Star here. Alright. $36 direct to worms. I should have knew that. That's a popular. Execute. Now we'll go do our arrival.
Ryan Bishop. Okay, I switched and subscribed to lounging, so whenever you want, feel free.
Okay. Yeah, if you come around again later today, I'll go on there. I'll go on there today and get you taken care of. 18 direct to GSH. Why is it doing direct? Well, we'll just do this, and I'll fix it in a little bit if I have to. Okay, that's done. Altitude for South Bend is 840 feet for runway 9 right. I'll have to fix my flight.
Ryan Bishop. And FYI, I just noticed. Restreambot doesn't post to BVI Pilots chat. So people miss cross-posting chat on that channel. Dunno if you didn't know.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It should do it. It should work for any of them. I'll have to see if I can fix it at some point. And see, from my end, I don't know when people's chatting, I don't know which channel they're coming from either. Which is... okay. Okay, now let me go over here and fix this because I had to change our runway. Alright, we can go ahead and bring him back in, being as I'm done.
Walk around completed.
17.7. I hate them lower speeds that it gives me on takeoff. You can go ahead and get our IFR clearance for South Bend. I'm not giving comms to you.
I'll get our IFR clearance for South Bend. Got it, John. I'll handle the comms now and get our IFR clearance for South Bend. Stanford ground. Allegiant 3720. We'd like to pick up our IFR clearance.
I'll have your clearance in just a
Flow
second.
completed. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen. Tested. Navigation, transfer, and display switches. Normal and auto. Window E. On. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments. Sit. Parking brake.
Hey John,
On.
I'm here
Fuel
and ready
control
to
switches.
chat. What's on your mind
Cut off.
today?
Pre-flight checklist completed.
Hey, tell me about South Bend International Airport. How many runways do they have?
Louisville Muhammad Ali International
Allegiant
Airport,
3720,
or SDF,
Stanford ground,
has 3
cleared to
runways.
South Bend.
The primary
Radar
runway
vectors
is
worms.
17 right,
Then is
35
filed.
left,
Climb and
which is
maintain
11,890
Expect flight
feet
level
long.
40010
The parallel
minutes after
runway
departure.
17 left,
Departure on
35R is 8,579
Expect
feet,
runway
and the
36.
crosswind runway 1129 is
Stanford ground.
7,250
Allegiant
feet.
3720. Cleared
It's
to
a key
South
hub for
Bend.
UPS
Radar vectors
Worldport,
worm.
so
Then
there's a
is
lot of
filed.
cargo
Climb
traffic
and maintain
alongside
4,000
passenger
feet.
flights.
Expect
What
flight
else would you
level
like to know?
400 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 119.775. Squawk 6517. Expect runway 36.
Allegiant 3720, read back correct.
The runways that he just listed,
Captain John,
I didn't
boarding
see
has
any of
commenced,
them
and the
runways.
first passengers are now aboard the plane. Hey folks, welcome aboard Allegiant Air Flight 43720. We're heading to the lovely city of South Bend today. Please find your seats according to your boarding passes and make sure to stow your hand luggage either in the overhead bins or under the seat in front of you.
Initiating before
If you
start
need any
flow.
assistance, don't hesitate to ask. We're here to help make your flight as comfortable as possible. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the journey.
Good morning, John. What's new and exciting today?
Hey, tell me about runway 9 right for South Bend.
South Bend International Airport's runway 9 right /27 left is 8,414 feet long. It's one of the airport's 3 runways, serving both commercial and general aviation
Does
flights.
it have ILS?
It sure does. Runway 9 right at South Bend is equipped with an Instrument Landing System, or ILS. It helps pilots make safe landings.
What category is it?
Runway 9R at South Bend International Airport is a Cat I runway, which means it supports Category 1 instrument landing operations. This category allows approaches with a decision height not lower than 200 feet and a visibility of at least 2,400 feet.
Is
Or
that
with
the
a
longest runway that they have?
Nope, it's not. The longest runway at South Bend International Airport is runway 9 left/27 right, measuring 8,002 feet. Anything else you'd like to know about the airport or aviation in general?
What about the other 2 runways? What's their length?
The other 2 runways at South Bend International are shorter. Runway 18/36 is 7,100 feet, and runway 9 right/27 left is 4,300 feet. Quite a range in lengths there. What's next on our aviation tour?
How long has South Bend Airport been an international airport?
South Bend Regional Airport got its international designation in April 2014. So it's been an international airport for over a decade now.
Why did they switch to international? It's not that very big of an airport.
They made the switch to accommodate international flights and provide customs services, targeting business travelers and cargo operations. Plus, it's a strategic move to boost the local economy by attracting more airlines and passengers. The airport may not be huge, but they've got big ambitions.
On. MCP. Speed. 122.
Okay, but the biggest airplane that can land there is probably a 737-600.
Actually, South Bend International can accommodate larger aircraft too, like the Boeing 757. The runway lengths and facilities are capable of handling medium-sized jets. It's a versatile airport, even if it's not the biggest.
8,000 feet for a runway, that isn't very long for a 757.
You're right, it's on the shorter side for a fully loaded 757, but it's within operational limits, especially for landing.
I
For
wouldn't land on it.
Can't blame you for being cautious. Pilots do prefer longer runways for bigger planes, especially for safety margins.
That's crazy.
Hello, below.
Go ahead.
Beacons on. Brakes release. Clear to push straight back.
Copy that. Clear to push straight back. Release the parking brakes, please.
Brakes released.
Starting engines. Starting engine 2.
Hey folks, welcome aboard Allegiant Air Flight 43720. We're heading to the lovely city of South Bend today. I'm Emma, your flight attendant for this journey. Our captain today is John, and assisting him in the cockpit is First Officer JD. We're thrilled to have you with us on this Boeing 737-600. Our flight time today is approximately 2 hours and 14 minutes, cruising at an altitude of 40,000 feet. Before we take off, I'd like to take a moment to go over some important safety information.
Engine 2 started.
First, to fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened at all times while seated. In the unlikely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will automatically drop from the panel above your seat. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place it over your nose and mouth, secure it with the elastic band, and breathe normally. Remember to secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is located under your seat. In the event of a water landing, remove the vest from its container and pull it over your head. Fasten the straps around your waist and pull to tighten. Inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tabs, or manually inflate by blowing into the tubes. Please do not inflate your vest while inside the aircraft. There are 6 emergency exits on this aircraft, 2 at the front, 2 over the wings, and 2 at the rear. Please take a moment to locate the exit nearest to you, keeping in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an emergency, floor-level lighting will guide you to the exit.
Engine 1 started.
We ask that you review the safety information card
Engine 1
located
got
in
out.
the seat pocket in front of you. It details the safety features of this aircraft. Thank you for your attention. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. If there's anything we can do to make your journey more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask.
All engines stable. Before taxi flow.
All right.
Clear on the right. Clear on the left. Flow completed. Before taxi checklist. Generators. On. Proheat. Auto. Isolation valve. Auto. Engine start switches. Continuous. Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Rejected takeoff. Flight control test.
All right. Go to the left.
Full left.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Go to the right.
Full right.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Straight back.
Full back.
Back to center and forward.
Full forward. Checked. Brake test. Checked. Before taxi checklist completed.
You can go ahead and request taxi.
I'll contact ground for taxi clearance to runway 36. Allegiant 3720, ready to taxi with uniform, requesting taxi clearance to runway 36.
Allegiant 3720, taxi to runway 36 via Lima, cross runway 9 or left, then cross runway 9 or center, then Charlie Romeo.
Runway 36, Lima, cross 9 left, cross 9 center, Charlie Romeo, Allegiant 3720.
Approaching runway 3.
Before takeoff,
Allegiant 3720, contact tower on 120.3.
Switching to tower on 120.3, Allegiant 3720.
Make sure everybody's buckled in. We're getting ready to
Before
take
takeoff
off.
checklist. Flaps. Sit. Stabilization trim. Sit.
All right, Captain
Transponder.
John. I'll ensure everyone is buckled in and ready for
Cabin
takeoff.
crew. Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
We're ready
Hey
for
folks,
takeoff.
just a quick
Notified.
reminder to make sure your seatbelts
Before
are
takeoff,
fastened
checklist
as we're getting
complete.
ready to take off. Thank you.
I'll contact tower for takeoff clearance. Allegiant 3720, holding short of runway 36, ready for departure.
Allegiant 3720, Sanford Tower, runway 36 winds 355 at 10. Fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 36, fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff. Allegiant 3720.
Oh, that's an awful short runway. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. We're going to try it. This might be a bumpy takeoff. We're on a very short runway.
Thrust set.
Hey Hey folks, just a quick heads up that we might experience a bit of a bumpy takeoff due to the short runway.
Short runway.
Please make sure your
Speed alive.
seatbelts are securely fastened. Thank you.
80 knots.
80 knots. Checked.
Rotate.
B1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Positive rate.
Gear up. Gear down. Gear up. 400 feet.
Lateral navigation.
LNAV on.
Vertical navigation. Autopilot.
Flaps
Well,
up.
we did it. I guess we can't say that 6,000 is too short.
Acceleration altitude. Flaps up.
Because we did it.
Allegiant 3720, contact departure on 119.775.
Switching to departure on 119.775, Allegiant 3720. Orlando departure, Allegiant 3720. Morning, we're climbing past 2500.
Allegiant 3720, Orlando departure, radar contact, clear direct worms, climb and maintain flight level 210.
Clear direct worms. Climb and maintain flight level 210. Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant Airlines, we're going to go ahead and climb to cruising altitude, flight level 400.
Watch the airspeed. Flow complete.
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight
After
level
takeoff
400.
checklist. Engine start switches.
Off.
Climb and
Max.
maintain flight level 400.
On.
Allegiant
Auto
3720.
Off.
Landing gear.
Up and off.
Flaps.
Up.
After takeoff checklist completed. Passing 10,000 feet.
Dear guests, we have now climbed to a safe altitude and you are welcome to use your electronic devices. Just a reminder that onboard Wi-Fi is now available for your convenience. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of our flight to South Bend. Thank you for flying with us today.
The other thing I like about this airplane is you can hear the engines a little bit better. I like that sound. And like on the 900 and stuff, it's much more faint.
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight level 290.
Climb and maintain flight level 290. Allegiant 3720.
Can you let them know we was done approved for cruise altitude 400?
I'll request the climb to flight level 400 for you.
Make sure they update the flight plan because we done requested that once.
I'll let them know about the update request. Orlando departure, Allegiant 3720, requesting an update to the flight plan to include a climb to flight level 400.
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Climb and maintain flight level 400, Allegiant 3720.
Transition altitude. Checked.
Allegiant 3720, contact Jacksonville Center on 134.0.
Contacting Jacksonville Center on 134.0, Allegiant 3720. Jacksonville Center, Allegiant 3720, morning climbing through flight level 190 for flight level 400.
3720, Jacksonville Center, good morning.
cool, guys. I don't know if you've ever done it yet, but if you've not done the personal voice on the iPhone, it's pretty wild. I've got my voice. I got my voice set up as my freaking voiceover. That is so cool. Alright, we're at cruise altitude. And we got an hour and 24 minutes left until descent. So sit back and enjoy the flight, folks. All right. $109.30 94 94 do our forecast, load it, executes.
Hey folks, we've reached our cruising altitude on Allegiant Air Flight 43720, heading from Orlando Sanford to South Bend. We're starting our snack and drink service now. Today, we're offering some delicious turkey sandwiches and fresh garden salads. After the snack service, we'll have some items available from the Allegiant shop for you to check out. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Alright, we are all set up, got our approach, all that stuff done. Go ahead and do our descent flow, get that out of the way.
Flow completed. Descent checklist. Pressurization. Sit. Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Sit. Landing data. 126. Minimums 200.
Approach briefing. We're expecting the ILS approach for runway 09er, right. The minimum altitude is 200 feet. We'll use auto brakes for. We can expect to park at gate 19er. In case of go around, we'll climb per ATC instructions on the runway heading. Any questions?
No.
Completed.
Descent checklist completed.
Hour and 13 minutes, guys.
CPT Dream. Hi.
CPT Dream. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you.
Allegiant 3720, contact Jacksonville Center on 127.575.
David SUT. How's things going, John?
Going good, man.
Contacting Jacksonville Center on 127.575. Allegiant 3720.
David SUT. Beautiful morning to fly.
Jacksonville Center, Allegiant 3720. Morning, maintaining flight level 400.
David SUT.
Allegiant 3720, Jacksonville
I'm
Center,
at
good
work
morning.
watching you and working LOL.
That's great, man.
David SUT. Everyone goes by my desk and they stop and get stuck just standing there watching LOL.
That's great.
David SUT. The one girl here loves the songs you have wrote. She loves Red Light Special. David SUT. Play it for her.
Okay, hold on. All right, tell her here she goes.
Every day that I wake up, you are stuck in my head. Can't say if that is love or a time that I regret. How do you live with yourself, knowing all that you have done? I guess it makes sense why you got two fathers for both sons. You're a red light special. The world needs to know. You're a red light special. Another turn for another home. 1 week to the next. Done when change your mind. Sleeping in another
David
man's
SUT.
bed.
She said play Bad Bad Girl next.
Okay, you got it.
Girl loves that green. Sacrifice to your own mistakes. You are your own guillotine. You're a red light special. The world needs to know. You're a red light special. Another turn for another hope. Every day that you wake up, I just wonder what you think. 'Cause I keep tell you right now, with the way that you are, baby girl, you just right down stink. Does it hurt hearing the facts, knowing you sold yourself cheap? I don't really even care about the guy, he was just another alcoholic creep. But I gotta be honest with you, girl, I never saw you being this cheap.
David SUT. She said she doesn't see how that girl could do what she did to you. I won't repeat the words she called her. David SUT. LOL.
Another turn for another hoe. Red light special. Done it to yourself. Red light special. Welcome to your hell. Hey, hey. Done it to yourself. Red light special. Welcome to your hell.
David SUT. She said Amanda apparently knew what she was doing from the start. She only used you to get her life back on track.
That is true. You are right.
What a naughty, naughty girl. All the things that you did, all the lies that you told, and yet you was who would flip your lid. Yup, yup, yup. Bad, bad girl. You a bad, bad girl. Cheating in the seat, that's the way it had to be. Yup, yup, yup. Didn't care about
Allegiant 3720, Jacksonville Center, contact Atlanta Center on 127.905.
but you did. Bad, bad girl. You a bad, bad girl. Doopy-doop, doopy-doop, doop, boom, boom, bang. Don't be a traitor to your lover. Gotta keep that real.
David SUT.
Contacting Atlanta
She said
Center
look at
on
all she did.
127.905.
Cheated on you like he was nothing.
3720.
Took all your money. And then after taking everything from you she left you like trash.
Wasn't important, I'm sure. Yup, 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 yup. Ooh, dang, 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 boom, boom, bang. Bad, bad, bad.
Yeah,
girl.
she
You
did.
a bad, bad girl. You a bad, bad girl. Cheating in the seat, that's the way it had to be. Yup, yup, yup. Didn't care about a thing. Nope, 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 nope. When I never did a daggone thing. Nope, nope. But you did, you did. Bad, bad girl. You a bad, bad girl. Oh, 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 oh. Doopy-doop, doopy-doop, doop, boom,
Atlanta
boom,
Center,
bang.
Allegiant 3720, morning maintaining flight level 400.
Allegiant 3720, Atlanta Center,
David
good morning.
SUT. Now she can't even show her face or own up to her low-life bull crap.
Bone chilling for show, and not one thing to say, not even I'm sorry. Baby, are you okay? Ouch, ouch. Truth can really hurt, but how did you feel, girl, when it happened to you? Yes, there is no words. No, 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 no.
David SUT. No wonder her kids are messed up in the head.
You a bad, bad girl. You a bad, bad girl. Cheating in the seat, that's the way you had to be. Yep, 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 yep. Didn't care about a thing. Nope, 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 nope. When I never did a daggone thing. Nope, nope, but you did.
David SUT.
Bad, bad girl.
They will end up just like her.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely will. They'll be just like her. You're right.
David SUT.
Contacting Atlanta
She said
Center
look
on
at all she did.
127.905.
Cheated on you like he was nothing.
3720.
Took all your money. And then after taking everything from you she left you like trash.
Alright, let's see.
David SUT. Wait till court. She has no chance.
No, she doesn't.
7:36 a.m.
So Brandon Armstrong, hey David, I'm watching. You got quite the conversation going.
Sending to Brandon
Send. Alright.
David SUT. She will either show up or just lose.
Yeah, exactly.
David SUT. And if she shows, well, that will be interesting. She will still lose.
Yep. Oh well, that'd be her problem.
Warning. Warning. Connection lost. Please ensure you have an active internet connection and check the forums for additional information. The system will attempt to reconnect regularly.
David SUT. How does a person sleep at night knowing what they did to you? Let's face it. This still has you messed up. You know.
Oh yeah, it does.
Warning. Warning. Online services are unreachable. Please check your internet connection. Online services will be disabled until connection is restored. Success. Successfully connected.
Alright, hour and 3 minutes.
Success. Connection to online services has been restored.
David SUT. Where is Brandon?
Oh, it's hard telling where Brandon is.
David
Alright.
SUT. Make sure you show how she had the utilities in your name till you turned them off on her too, and show how she had you transfer your loan money to her. You got it all to prove.
Oh, I got it all.
David SUT. Like you said, never had to be that way, but she showed that you was trash to her.
Yep. Yep, you're right.
David SUT. Be back, and just know everyone at the office is on your side as well.
Oh, I know. 100%, man.
David SUT. Counting your family, you got over 40 people on your side on all that crap.
Yeah.
David SUT. All. David SUT. Okay, be back, Bubby.
Alright, man, I'll be here. Alright, you guys. We got 55 minutes, and what I want to do is Allegiant Airlines requesting flight level 250 for cruise altitude.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain flight level 250. Descend and maintain flight level 250. Allegiant 3720.
There we go.
Allegiant 3720, contact Atlanta Center on 134.8. Contacting Atlanta Center on 134.8, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, morning, descending through flight level 310.
Alright, we're looking good here.
Allegiant 3720, Atlanta Center, good morning.
Alright, we're almost cruise altitude here. Alright, we're at 25,000 feet.
Allegiant 3720, Atlanta Center, please expedite your climb to flight level 400.
Captain John, I wanted to inform you that we have a situation in the cabin. A passenger's
Expediting
prosthetic
climb to
device
flight
has
level
malfunctioned.
400.
It
Allegiant
seems that during the
3720.
flight, the passenger attempted to adjust the device, and it has now become unresponsive. The passenger is a bit distressed, but I'm assisting them and ensuring they are comfortable. I'll keep you updated on the situation.
Yeah, just let me know if you need anything. Let them know to update our flight plan to flight level
Thank you, Captain
250.
John. I'll
We've
keep
done
you updated
requested
if
it
anything
once.
comes up. Enjoy the flight.
I'll let them know about the update request.
Atlanta Center, Allegiant 3720, requesting a flight plan update to incorporate a climb to flight level 250.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain flight level 250.
Descend and maintain flight level 250. Allegiant 3720.
Alright, we got our altitude set. And because I went to a new altitude,
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight level 400.
we're going to do our descent
Flight level
flow
400. Allegiant
again.
3720.
Allegiant 3720, can you please expedite your climb to flight level 400?
Request flight level 250.
Climb to flight level 400.
Let them know that we
Allegiant
already
3720.
changed our cruise altitude on our flight plan to please update it.
I'll request the update to flight level 250 with ATC.
Atlanta Center, Allegiant 3720. We'd like to request an update to our flight plan to show a cruise altitude of flight level 250. We've already made this adjustment on our side.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain flight level 250.
Descend and maintain flight level 250. Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Climb.
Allegiant, we already updated our flight plan. You guys continue asking. We're at flight level 250, and that is where we're going to stay. Please stop requesting flight level 400.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain flight level 250.
Descend and maintain flight level 250. Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Climb and maintain flight level 400. Allegiant 3720.
Flashlight off. Face ID. 5 0 2 1 8 2 4
I did not get what I requested.
Allegiant 3720, can you please expedite your climb to flight level 400?
Expediting climb to flight level 400, Allegiant 3720.
Did not get the item that I requested.
Insert did not get the item that I requested. Another custom done. Button. Another customer's work done. Button. Done. Zip it. Button. Zip it. Zip it. Button. Full field. Zip it. Zip it. Button. Zip it. Full 5-star rating. 1-star rating. Button. 1-star rating. Zip it. Button. Zip it. Close. Button. 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 Order complete. Today I'm almost zip 4 out of 4. Break. Order drop off. If you are having trouble finding your order, message your dash or attack help. Your order is complete. Your dash. Rubber. Antique. Button. Order detail. Total. Speed. Free item. Rate order. 1 times price. $4 in. 2 times $7. Subtotal. $12. Delivery fee. $1. 0. Service. $1. Estimated. $1. Measure 2. $3. $1. 17. Payment. 17. Visa. Change. Address. 200. Creator business. Name track. Creates. Use store. Do double that. Do double dash card. Publishes as well. Use store. Creates. Button. Name track of your business receives. $1.99. $0. Service fee. $1.99. Close. Button. Illegal stop. Dash pass forward 2 days ago. Explore the most popular in your neighborhood. No. Messages. 128 messages.
Allegiant 3720, I need you at flight level 400, sir.
Not going to happen. We requested flight level 250. We updated on our flight plan, but you guys can't seem to get that.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain flight level 250.
Descend and maintain flight level 250, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, contact Indianapolis Center on 124.625.
Switching to Indianapolis Center on 124.625, Allegiant 3720. Indianapolis Center, Allegiant 3720, morning, maintaining flight level 250.
Allegiant 3720, Indianapolis Center, good morning. Allegiant 3720, Indianapolis Center, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Climb and maintain flight level 400, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, I need you at flight level 400, sir. Allegiant 3720, can you please expedite your climb to flight level 400?
Expediting climb to flight level 400, Allegiant 3720.
Forty-one minutes. go.
824. Wait. No. Wait. Collapse step. 824. Wednesday. Should have lived. Flashlight. Camera. 1. Face ID. Enter store. App store. Enter store.
Allegiant 3720, please expedite your climb to flight level 400.
Expediting climb to flight level 400, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, I need you at flight level 400, sir.
Unable to comply. Sorry, mate.
Allegiant 3720, and advise if you require any assistance.
Maintain current altitude, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, we have requested flight level 250 several times. I'm going to need you to get ready to take a number, sir.
Allegiant 3720, maintain flight level 250.
Maintain flight level.
Are you ready to take a number, sir?
Allegiant 3720, climb and maintain flight level 400.
Unable to comply. We are going to need to stay at flight level 250 until we start descent. We are having instrument technical problems.
Allegiant 3720, prepare to descend in roughly 20 minutes. Reach out if you want an early start.
Prepare to descend in approximately 20 minutes. We'll advise if we need an early start. Allegiant 3720.
You need to let them know we still got about 32 minutes until we can start descent.
I'll let them know about our descent timing.
Indianapolis Center, Allegiant 3720. We have roughly 32 minutes remaining before we can begin our descent.
Allegiant 3720, whenever you'd like, descend and maintain flight level 180, altimeter 30.24.
Allegiant Airlines, we can't start descent for another 30 minutes.
Allegiant 3720, maintain current altitude until ready to descend.
Maintaining current altitude until ready to descend. Allegiant 3720.
guess better to say, not a dream, more like a nightmare period.
I guess better to say, not a dream, more like a nightmare.
Legion 3720, descend and maintain 8,000.
Post, Facebook, profile picture, button. The post has been published. Join us now, just now, for public. Never fun when you wake up from dreaming about the things that are done to you. You don't need reminded about a person who cheated and fake married.
Descend and maintain 8,000, Allegiant 3720.
Double tap over, full post with your finger, double tap over, post menu. Options with Facebook, create. You can see photos follow days ago. Public, we're making close, photo. Maybe an image of one person. Or a text that says hugs are actually celebrated. Especially those hugs that were so tight, you literally feel the other person's heartbeat. And for a moment, everything feels so calm and safe. Like nothing can hurt you. 16,837 reactions, 500 of them. This Amber Coffee, one day deal with Disney's friends. Thank you for helping make this possible. This is going to sell myself making it this far, but I'm glad I'm here. Hashtag I'm sober. Photo. Maybe an image of text that says we're 1 year sober. You look over 33 reacted, 23 comments. Disney Amber. Keep your on the system. Disney Amber Coffee. Like. Comment. Say the one time. Comment. Maybe comment. Text field. App. D. H. H. N. G. G. S. G. R. G. G. S. G. G. Map. G. R. G. G. S. Space. That's G. G. Post. Posted. Johnny's still coming. That's true. Just now. Use your own reactions. Double tap to interact with this comment. Honey Stud commented. This is amazing. This never comment. Double tap to run. Oh, you can look at Johnny's still commented. That's true. Just now. Use your own toggle live reach of voices. Don't describe it like voices. I will library characters. Words. Honey. Studs. Disney. Double tap to right. Employee can look. Johnny's still commented. Jump. Step commented. That's treat. Character T. R. E. A. T. Space. Apple Metal commented. I'm so proud of you. This never got to reply. Apple Metal, thank you. Hope you're doing well. No one mentioned found. Name out. Double tap to right or report. Sorry, the company. That's so awesome, mate. I'm so proud of you. Hands in a heart shape with me. This never got to reply. Sorry, I got to report emoji. No one mentioned found.
Lois Hughes. Hello, just woke up, John. Sorry, I'm so tired. I was up till 6 a.m.
But I got back up around 6, something like that. But yeah. We're flying to South Bend, Indiana. We ain't got far to go. But I bet the view right now is pretty amazing. It was this morning when I took off. Arigato ne toramote. Wow, we're over Union
Lois
City.
Hughes. Yeah, I only worked for 2 hours last night. Was supposed to been off, but Carrie called me in for few hours, so I said yes.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
Secret
Lois Hughes. I'm off tonight and Carrie is off tonight. We both off till Friday night, so if you be on later this evening I will be here for sure.
Yeah, hold on. You going back to bed, Lois?
Lois Hughes. I am after inspection is done. They're doing that here today at apartments, then I'm going back to bed for a while. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, I'll be around.
Lois Hughes. Okay, that works for me. I'll listen for a while. No, I'll be here for a few K.
Okay, that's cool.
Allegiant 3720, contact Chicago Center on 119.85.
Contacting Chicago Center on 119.85. Allegiant 3720. Chicago Center. Allegiant 3720. Good morning. Maintaining flight level 250.
Allegiant 3720, Chicago Center, good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look here. We're getting close. 6 minutes till we start our descent into South Bend, Indiana. I didn't even know that South Bend, Indiana had an airport. I mean, I'm being honest about that. We're over top of Allen, Indiana right now. Roman, Indiana. I've not heard of these areas. Ronica, Indiana, never heard of it. Whitley, Indiana. Columbia City, Indiana.
Allegiant 3720, Chicago Center, descend and maintain 7,000.
Descend and maintain 7,000, Allegiant 3720.
3 minutes till descent.
Approaching top of descent.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain 3600. Turn left heading 245 vectors for the ILS runway 9 right approach.
Descend and maintain 3,600. Left heading 245 for vectors to the ILS runway 9 right approach. Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, descend and maintain 3500.
Descend and maintain 3,500. Allegiant 3720.
Hey folks, this is Emma from the cabin. We've begun our descent into South Bend, so please return to your seats, stow your tables, and fasten your seatbelts. Also, the use of the lavatories is no longer allowed at this time. Thank you for your cooperation, and we'll be on the ground shortly.
Alright, starting our descent now into South Bend, Indiana.
Allegiant 3720, turn left heading 230.
Turning left heading 230, Allegiant 3720.
Glide slope alive. destination altitude. Checked.
All right.
Allegiant 3720, turn left heading 215.
Left heading 215, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, contact South Bend approach on 132.05.
Switching to South Bend approach on 132.05, Allegiant 3720. South Bend approach, Allegiant 3720, morning, descending through 16,000 feet for 3500.
Allegiant 3720, South Bend approach, good morning. South Bend altimeter 30.15. Expect the ILS runway 9er right approach into South Bend.
Expecting the ILS runway 9er right approach, Allegiant 3720.
Yes, Mackenzie. Nothing. What are you doing? No, today's Wednesday. It's tomorrow. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow. Okay. All right. I love you. Bye.
Allegiant 3720, turn left heading 290.
Turning left, heading 290. Allegiant 3720.
Heading select on.
Allegiant 3720, turn left heading 205.
Turning left, heading 205, Allegiant 3720.
Allegiant 3720, 11 miles from Prayer. Turn left heading 135. Descend and maintain 2600 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 9 right approach.
Left heading 135. Descend and maintain 2600 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 9 right approach. Allegiant 3720.
Watching airspeed. Passing 10,000 feet. Speed brake armed.
Hey folks, as we're making our final approach into South Bend, please go ahead and turn off your electronic devices and stow them until we've arrived at the gate. Make sure your tray tables are put away, your seats are in their full upright position, and your seatbelt is securely fastened. Once we land, Allegiant Air staff will provide information regarding your connecting flights. Thank you for your cooperation. Captain, cabin is ready.
Allegiant 3720, contact South Bend Tower on 135.67 feet, Alpha Chi.
Switching to South Bend Tower on 135.675. Allegiant 3720. South Bend Tower, Allegiant 3720, Warning, we're established on the ILS for runway 9er right approach.
Allegiant 3720 South Bend Tower, winds 165 at 11. Runway 9er right, cleared to land.
Runway 9er right, clear to land. Allegiant 3720.
Nah, we're not ready to land yet, you idiots.
Flaps 1. LNAV on.
Alright, we'll go to flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
Not far from landing, folks. We're about... we're still 56 miles... This says 56 miles out. I don't see how that's even possible. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Alright, we're going to go ahead and go out to flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
$2,500.
Alright, now we're going to cruise here for about 10 minutes. Actually, about 15 minutes. We're about 50 miles out from the runway. Very weird. The waypoints they got for South Bend. It's very, very odd. St. Joseph, Indiana. New Carlisle, Indiana. Wanna get down, good Lord. We've got a groove going all over town.
924. Show. Messenger. Collapsed stack. Group. 5 minutes ago. Messenger. 2 notifications. What? Activate to expand. Action. Flashlight. Off. Messenger. Collapsed stack. Group. 5 minutes ago. When energy throws to see. Hey, read more. Button. Activate to expand. Actions available. Messenger. Messenger. Collapsed stack. Group. Time. 16 minutes. Messenger. The group. Messenger. The group. 6 minutes ago. When energy throws to see. Messenger. Item message. Text field. Double tap button. Item map. Gap. Y. Gap. U. Space. Space. C. C. A. A. N. Spec. X. C. C. O. L. E. Spec. G. 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 Space. Get. G. G. H. H. A. R. Spec. L. G. L. L. R. R. G. G. Spec. Spec. Number. 1. Spec. N. N. O. W. Spec. Spec. Send a message. Logo. It does. Logo other. You can come get that one now. It says. F. L. Spec. Spec. H. E. O. M. M. E. E. Send a message. Sent. You will log home. Double tap to view message time and whether it has been seen. Back. 10 unread messages. Back. 10 unread messages. Muted. 20 unread. Grand teacher. Interview thrown to seal. Use secret conversation. You will home. Case names notes. Button. Interview. Muted. 20 unread. Grand teacher 1. Email assistant. Secret conversation. You grant. Monday. Message delivered. Button. Space. Gap. Gap. Y. U. Space. X. E. O. I. N. G. Space. O. K. Signal. Send a message. Button. Sent. Logo other. Deliver. Vertical scroll bar. Deliver. Logo other. You doing okay? Double tap to view message time. Back. 10 unread messages. Back. 10 unread messages. Energy throw to see. Use. Muted. 20 unread. Energy throw. Adrian assistant. Case names note. Adrian assistant. Secret conversation. You doing okay? Energy throw to see. Adrian assistant. Secret conversation. You doing okay? 9:26 a.m. Message delivered. Energy throw to see. Secret conversation. You home. 9:25 a.m.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
We are not landing yet. I don't know why. I don't know why it says that. Well, yeah, we are getting ready to.
Flaps 15. Gear down. Approach mode on. 25.
I just need the 3 coffees.
Send a message. Logo over. You can come get that one. You will hold. You will. I just need the 3 coffees.
Let's see.
Command be on. Flaps 30. Approach checklist. Arrow reference 3017. Checked. Approach checklist completed. Landing checklist. Engine start switches. Continuous. Speed brake. Speed brake armed. Landing gear. Down. Flaps. Sit. Cabin crew. Cabin crew prepare for landing. Notified. Landing checklist completed.
Allegiant Airline, we are on final approach, 5 miles out, landing gear down.
Allegiant 3720, winds 165 at 11. Runway 9 right, cleared to land.
Runway 9 right, clear to land. Allegiant 3720.
South Bend, Indiana.
Approaching runway 09, right.
Minimums. Watch your airspeed.
Sink rate.
Auto throttle.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
Speed breakout. 70 knots. Initiating after landing checks.
Allegiant 3720, welcome to South Bend. Contact ground on 121.7.
Yeah, crosswind or something. I mean, it's not. Mine's 453, but
121.7. Allegiant
it's all right. We
3720.
still did it. So.
Flow completed.
South Bend ground, Allegiant 3720. Morning, we've cleared runway 9er right and are ready to taxi to the gate.
Shutting the aircraft down. Flow completed. Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps. Off. Probe heat. Off. Hydraulic pumps. Sit. Flaps. Up. Parking brake.
Lois Hughes. Not bad at all, John at all.
Yeah, we lost autopilot, but we got landed, so. I'm not sure where we're going next. I'll tell you here in a few.
9:30.
Parking brake.
Messenger. Collapsed stack. 6 minutes ago. Messenger. Notification. Face ID.
Messenger. Hyper message. Record of immediate.
Lois Hughes. All matters is we made it to ground safe and that we did.
Adult.
That's right.
Double tap to open profile. Button. Logo other. Enter approach center.
Parking brake.
On the way. Double tap to view. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Send a message. Send like. Button. 9:39 a.m. Back. 1000 message.
Parking brake.
Back. 1000 message. Muted. 22 red. Branded your wonderful chat. Adrian assist. Joe Kelly. Adrian assist. Secret conversation. You doing okay? Muted. 22 red. Branded your wonderful channel. Enter approach center. Jason.
Parking brake.
Button. On.
On. Fuel control switches. Off. Weather radar. Off. Shutdown checklist completed.
Alright. I'm going to leave this like this. I'll be back here in just a few, maybe like 10 minutes, guys. So just hang out. I'll be back.
Captain, all passengers are aboard. We should have everyone seated in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, we gotta generate a new schedule here. We've done our. I'm gonna check my. See if I've had any job offers for any new airlines here. Oh, we got some new offers here. FedEx rejected me, man. Come on. Air North has offered me a job, but no, we're not doing this airline. No, no, no. It don't give no info about airline in Hawaii wants to hire me for cargo, but I don't know where they fly. Whoa, this airline ceasing all operations. Well, we ain't doing them. $40.34. They pay less. Alright, so none of these airlines are going to FedEx Express, they still won't hire us yet. Canadian North, I don't like them. The one airline, they went out of business on the April 6th. And then there's Air North, but I don't know. They pay less. Alright, we're not gonna. We're gonna stay with the airline we're at for now. No. Alright, well, we're going to take this schedule. It looks like we're going to be flying to Appleton, Petersburg, South Bend again, Orlando, Elmira, Petersburg, Pittsburgh, Orlando, Petersburg, Des Moines. So that ain't too bad. We'll take that one. Alright, so we're leaving Petersburg today, going to KATW, we're going to be doing cargo on these. I'm generating a flight plan now. Alright, so our initial altitude is going to be 36,000. Cost index 43. 1,043 miles on this flight.
Wave. Flat. Face ID did not. 10:06 a.m. 5 notifications. 10:06.
Wave radar. Safari. Double tap to open. Messenger. Facebook. Active. Messenger. Close activate. Default. 100. Heather D. Froge Singer in the secret conversation. I love you. 9:56 app. Muted. 20 jump. 100. Heather D. Loading. Tuesday 4. You type a message. Record. Open. Adult. Double tap to open profile. Button. Logo other. Heather D. Froge Singer. I love you. 9:56. Unread messages. Heading. You are okay. Double tap to view message time and whether it has been seen. Double back. 10 unread messages. Button. Live recognition. Characters. Live toggle lock voices. Describe image voices.
Samantha, primary voice. Tessa. Profile image with stored back. 10. Siri voice 5.
Johnny's personal.
Samantha, primary voice.
Johnny's personal voice.
Samantha, primary voice. Home. Dog. Mail. 182,000.
Alright. $123,000. Alright, so that's that. We can close that.
Options menu. Page 1 of 1. Pop-up window. Warning. This pop-up window. Warning.
And we're going to switch to the 737-800 freighter.
Loading, please wait. 22%. Welcome menu. Page 1 of 3. Press ESC. World map. World map screen. Press search results. Aircraft select. Aircraft selection. Search bar. Select to enter text. Selected. 730. Boeing 737-600 cruise speed 452 knots. Boeing 737 BBJ-2 cruise speed 400. Boeing 737-600 cruise speed. Boeing 737, Boeing 737-800 cruise speed 400, Boeing 737-800 BCF cruise speed 452 knots true airspeed, Boeing 737-800 BDSF cruise speed 452 knots true airspeed max altitude 4, selected, 737-800 BDSF. Use right stick up, Boeing 737-800 BDSF cruise speed 452 knots true airspeed max altitude 41,000 feet endurance 6 hours range 2,935 nautical miles. Aircraft selection and custom. Zoom out. Flight conditions. Button. Select arrival. Combo. Switch departure and arrival point. Select departure. Search results. KPIE slash. Select departure. Drop. Switch departure and select arrival. Combo box. Select to open a search field, or select from recommended and recent airports. After an airport is selected here,
KATW.
switch departure and select arrival. Search results. KATW slash. Select arrival. KATW Appleton INTL Appleton. Switch departure. KPIE St. Runway. 36.
And we're headed to Appleton from Petersburg.
Parking 3 ramp GA. Parking 80 ramp GA medium. Drop. Runway. Gate. Parking 80 ramp GA medium. Loading, please wait. 42%. Loading, please wait. 80%. Loading, please wait. 84%. Loading, please wait. 84%.
10:12 a.m. One notification. Messenger. Collapsed stack. Now. Messenger. Notification. Wednesday. 10:12 a.m. Messenger. Collapsed stack. Now.
Loading,
Heather D.
please wait.
Frogsiner. I am getting ready to head out
84%.
honey. Button. Activate to expand. Messenger. Back. Type a message. Text field. Double tap to edit. Swipe up or down. Type a message. Cap O. Cap K. K. Space. Cap K. Cap
Loading,
J.
please wait.
Capture U.
84%.
S. T. T. Space. C. C. O. O. F. 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 D. D. E. Delete. D. E. 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 Space. Coffee. O. O. I. Delete. O. 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 L. Delete. L. K. K. Space. Cap I. Cap I. Space. Capital I. D. D. O. N. N. T. T. Space. N. N. E. E. D. D. Space. N. N. O. O. N. N. S. S. T. T. E. E. R. R. Space. Monster. B. B. A. B. B. Y. Y. Space. G. G. I. R. R. L. Space. Cap I. Cap I. Space. L. O. O. V. 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 Space. Y. Y. O. O. U. U. Space. Send a message. Button. Logo other. Send. Vertical scroll bar. 9 page. Send. Logo. You. Okay. Just coffee. Okay. I don't need monster baby girl. I love you. Double tap to view message time and whether it has been seen. Double tap and hold for more actions. Actions available. Dictate. Double tap to start dictation. Double tap with 2 fingers when finished. Send like. Button. Open subject. Type a message. Text field. Is editing. Insertion point at start. Use the rotor to access misspelled word. Dictate.
Let me know when you get here.
Send a message. Button. Logo other. You. Let me know. Logo other.
Alright.
collapsed stack. Now. TikTok. Notification. TikTok. Collapsed stack. Now. Navia. Sarah 2525. Started following you. Button. TikTok. Collapse. Show notification. Flashlight. Camera. Flash. Show no. Unlock. TikTok. 1025 8. TikTok. Collapsed stack. Now. Navia. Sarah 2525. Started following you. Button. 10:25 a.m. Wednesday, April 9th. Numbers. Letters. Logo other. You. Let me know when you get here. Logo other. Sent 11 minutes ago. Vertical scroll bar. Open more options. Button. Home. Doc. Mail. 182,009 unread emails. Double tap.
Alright, we'll be taking off here in a little bit, guys. Just hang on. Be with you guys in a minute. Hold tight. All right, you guys. We've got cargo that we've got to take off here. So wind is 20 at 15 knots. I'm gonna show you guys something before we get started, so hold on. Tell Brandon, meet me on the server. I want to show you something before I start my flight.
Sending to Brandon Arm.
Send. That was like, wow. As soon as I connected, you connected. That's funny. Check this out. Hold on, I'll show you. Hold on.
One notification. Wait. Collapsed stack. Mail. Phone. 300.
Hold on, let me,
Live actions. Activate. Live record. Toggle live voices. Describe image voices. Tessa. Siri voice 5.
Okay, hold on.
Mail. 182,000. Phone. Free edit mode.
There are still 1,000.
Live recognition. Toggle live voices. Describe headings. Describe voices.
Johnny's personal voice. Messages.
Oh, wow.
128 unread messages. Double tap to open.
It's kind of, I was trying to adjust the pitch, and it's a little bit low, I think.
Phone. 339 new items. Double tap to open.
That's my voice.
Did you have to reset up your iPhone when you finished doing it, or did it just...
No, no, you go to the voice, and then once you set it up, then you I added it to my rotor.
Yeah.
And then you can adjust the pitch and the speed. And then pitch and speed you can adjust.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Open voice
I haven't created
settings.
one yet.
Australian. Settings. Back. Indian. British. Back button.
Hold on, let me go to the personal voice real quick, and I'll show you what.
Messaging with Siri. Voice recordings and transcripts are set. Suggestions.
Oh, I gotta figure out where it's at real
Suggestions before
quick.
searching. Messaging. Siri. Line. Announce. Announce. Call hang up. Siri. Voice. Allow Siri when locked. Talk to Siri. Language. Siri request. Learn more. Enhance your close. Discover Apple Intelligence. Siri is an intelligent assistant that helps you find Siri. Settings. Back button.
Okay, hold on. Let me go to the right spot.
Personal hotspot. Button. Battery. Cellular. Bluetooth. Wi-Fi. Airplane. Software. Apple. Johnny. Dictate. Search.
Oh, it's under. I know where it's at.
Airplane. Wi-Fi. Spectrum setup 5. Software. Apple account suggest.
Apple would quit changing shit around.
Wi-Fi. Bluetooth. Cellular. Personal. Battery. General. Accept. General. Button.
It's under general, I think.
General. Edit. Manage your overall setup and preferences for iPhone.
Or was it?
About. Software.
No, it's accessibility.
AirDrop.
Or yeah.
Return to Siri. Button.
Hold on.
Settings. Back button. Settings.
That's
Back
right.
button.
It's under
Settings.
accessibility.
Airplane mode. Wi-Fi. Bluetooth. Cellular. Personal. Banner. General. Access. Camera. Accessibility.
Here
Accessibility.
we go.
Edit. Vision. Voice. Zoom. Voiceover. Zoom. Display. Motion. Spoken. Audio. Physical. Touch. Face ID. Switch key. Voice key. Tracking. Side button. Control near. Hearing. Hearing device. Hearing control. Sound rec. RGT. Audio. Subtitles captioning.
Oh, I think it's back up further.
Music.
It's voiceover. It's under
Audio, visual,
voiceover.
RGT. Hearing device. Hearing control. Side. Track. Voice. Switch key. Face ID. Touch. Physical. Audio. Spoken. Motion. Display. Zoom. Voiceover. Vision. Voiceover.
Right here.
Voiceover. 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 Add one. Double. Learn more. What's new in voiceover? Voiceover. Speaking. Adjust. Speak. Braille. Voiceover. Verbosity. Audio. Commands. Rotor. Activity. Typing. Quick setting. Quick setting. Navigation. Navigating. Large.
You just passed
delay
it.
before selection.
No, I didn't.
Quick settings. Quick settings. Typing. Activities. Rotor. Commands. Audio. Button.
No, I didn't pass it. It's down.
Action panel. Delay before. Double tap. Double tap.
Hold on.
It's under speech.
Navigations. Quick setting. Quick setting. Typing. Activity. Rotor. Commands. Audio. Verbosity. Voiceover. Braille. Speech. Button.
Oh, I thought it was on that menu.
Add rotor voice. Voice attack.
No.
Voice change. Detect languages. Voiceover will switch voice. Pronunciation.
Oh, I gotta find it.
Voice attack. Add rotor voice. Johnny's personal voice. English United States.
Here it is.
Button. Daniel English. Johnny's English India. Button.
No, that's where you add the voice. I'm trying to go to the voices where you edit it. That this is only where the voices are.
Actions available.
Hang on, let me go look.
Speech. Back button.
That's not where you go.
Johnny's personal voice. English United States.
Let me look.
Primary voice. Heading. Voiceover. Back button.
It's under this menu I was just under.
Commands. Rotor. Activities. Typing. Quick settings. Navigation style. Navigate images. Large cursor. Action panel. Delay before double tap timeout.
What was it under?
Navigate. Quick set. Type. Activity. Rotor. Commands. Audio. Verbosity. Voiceover. Braille. Speech. Adjust the speaking rate. Voice. Learn. Double tap. F1 just voiceover speech. Accessibility. Back. Voiceover. Heading. Voiceover. Switch button. On. Double tap to toggle setting. Accessibility. Back button.
It's back one menu. I'm telling you.
Accessibility. Personalize. Vision. Voiceover. On. Zoom. Display. Motion. Spoken content. Audio description. Physical and motor. Touch. Face ID 10. Switch control. Voice control. Eye tracking. Side button. Control nearby. Hearing devices. Hearing controls. Sound recognition. RTTY. Audio visual. Subtitles caption. Live captions.
Where did I
music haptics,
see it?
Speech. Live speech. Personal voice.
Right here. Told you. I already got it. It's right here. It's under accessibility, but not under voiceover.
Oh.
Create a personal voice.
So see, you can go.
You can create up to 3. Share across devices. Use personal.
Okay, so.
Create a Johnny Bot 100. Johnny's personal voice. April 8, 2025.
And you can name them. So that's the first one. Then there's 2 more that I ain't got set up yet. But if you click on the one you got set up.
Face ID. Face ID. Face ID authenticated.
I don't know why this guy have Face ID for that. But.
Name. Johnny's preview. Export voice record. Share the voice recordings used to create this personal voice. Export voice recordings. Button.
You can export your voice recording.
Button. Delete. Button. Share the voice. Delete. Share. Export. Preview. Name. Johnny's personal voice. Heading. Personal voice. Back button. Name. Preview. Button. Johnny. Personal voice. Back button.
But anyways, you go under here to
switch. You can create up to 3. Create a personal voice. Dimmed. Johnny Bot 100.
See, there's 3 of them.
English United States. Personal voice. Heading. Allow to request to use. Switch button. On. Double tap to toggle setting. Allow to request to use. Allow use share across devices. You can create up to 3 create a personal voice. Dimmed. Button.
I forget where I saw that setting that adjusts the pitch and speed, but anyways.
Johnny's personal voice. April 8, 2000.
Samantha, primary voice.
Johnny's personal voice.
Jesus.
Anyway, that's the one that I did, which I'm gonna adjust the pitch a little bit because it seems a little bit low pitched to me. But
I'm gonna actually create my own personal voice too. I gotta figure out because I know you gotta read a bunch of sentences.
You gotta read 150 phrases.
Wow.
Yeah, and you gotta read them exactly the way they say it too. Like whatever it says, you gotta say it. Like you gotta say.
How do you go on to the next one when it does it, or does it automatically do it?
No, once you do it, you go up. You can review it, or you just hit next.
Okay.
And it goes to the next phrase. You don't want to set it to where it just automatically goes to the next one because you might have to edit the one you do, and it's just a pain in the ass. So I got it set to where you hit next to go to the next phrase.
Create a personal
voice. I think that's what it is by default.
You can create up to 3 personal. Share across devices. Switch button.
I'm actually going to create one of those myself.
Johnny's personal.
Yeah,
voice.
and then
April 8, 2025.
I thought you went under.
Enter iPhone passcode for setting 9. WXYZ.
Why?
Passcode field 0 of 6 values entered. Secure text field. Double tap edit. 0.
I don't know why it makes.
5.
Why it makes you put in the password.
2.
Because you're changing personal settings on your phone.
Settings.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, I'm in personal settings altogether. It's stupid to do it in just there and not the main settings. That don't make any sense.
Now, this is what happens when you get a stupid CEO.
Button. Share the voice recording. Button. Share the voice recording is used to create this personal.
And then you can delete it
Name
or redo
Johnny's
it.
personal voice. Heading.
But
Personal
anyways,
voice. Back to
I'm
personal
gonna do
voice.
I'm gonna do another one probably.
Johnny's personal voice.
Are you gonna do Old Man Roger?
Yeah. I'm going to.
You can create up to 3. Johnny's personal
What if you can
voice.
share? Glad you can't share those voices.
I think you can somehow. You can export them or wait.
Use person allowed to request.
I know you can export them.
Personal voice to speak aloud. Allowed to request to use personal voice and share across devices. Switch button.
Yeah, you can share it across your devices. So that means when I get my new phone, it'll go on the new device.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's a way like you can share one of those voices with me, so I could actually.
Share use person allowed to request to use. Switch button on.
I don't know. That's.
You create a personal voice and let accessibility. Back button.
I'm not sure.
I thought I saw something about export voice in there.
I don't.
Music haptics, speech, edit, live speech, personal voice.
I don't think so. Let me go back and look.
Allowed to request to use. Allowed to request to use. Allowed to request to
No,
use.
allow to request to use.
Double tap to toggle setting. Use personal voice on all your devices with iCloud. Allowed to request to use. Switch button. Use share across devices. You can create up to 3 personal voices.
Share
across devices.
Share across devices.
Okay, yeah, so that's across your devices.
You can create a personal voice. Johnny's English United States personal voice. Heading accessibility. Back accessibility.
But yeah.
Back music haptics.
So
Live captions button.
It's okay. The voice ain't bad, but
Samantha, primary voice.
I'm not going to use it though. I don't like that. I need to adjust the pitch. It's too low pitch. It does pretty good with recording it, but it's not bad anyways.
I'm gonna do that myself.
But I told everybody, I said, hold on, I'm gonna show Brandon, I'm gonna show, you're on the live stream by the way. I said I'm gonna show Brandon the voiceover real quick. I forget where we're going. We're going to let me look. Oh, ATW, KATW.
Oh, back there.
I can't think of the name, but it's 1,000 miles. And I'm doing it in the
down.
I'm doing it in the freighter version of the 800.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. David's been listening from the office.
That's awesome.
He's like, I'm catching
Good morning,
people.
David.
He's like, I'm catching people just standing behind me watching.
Yeah.
And then the one lady at his office was going on about my ex, and I mean, she just straight called it out right on the stream what she thought about it.
Oh, wow.
And what she thought about her. Pretty much saying how she was a low life and
what?
Oh yeah, straight up. David repeated every word she said.
Oh my gosh.
Said you gotta be a pretty low person to do what she did, and then she had me play Red Light Special.
Oh wow.
And then after that she had me play Bad Bad Girl. David, man, he's like, I can't get work done because I got people stopping and watching.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Funny, dude. But no, I told David I don't blame anybody for having an opinion to share about her because it's a freedom of speech. That's not bullying. It's not harassment. It's not. There's nothing wrong with sharing your opinion about someone.
People are entitled to their opinions.
That's right. And people wouldn't have that kind of opinion if you didn't do what you did.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Exactly.
Wonder, at some point, I think the foot's going to be on the other, the shoe's going to be on the other foot, and it's going to be her going through it again, and on that day is when I will laugh.
Oh yeah.
That's the day when I will laugh. I won't laugh. I don't want to say that. I won't laugh. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
It's definitely going to happen.
It's just one of them things where some people don't believe in it, but I do. I believe in karma. I believe that karma does come back and get you for the, things that we do wrong. It always catches up with us.
Yeah.
It always catches up, and we end up learning. Most of the time, we learn, or sometimes we don't learn, but we still end up getting lessons paid back to us, and I believe that.
Unfortunately, sometimes we have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, well, like I told David, whatever happens, she did it to herself. Yeah, and then she even said, no wonder her kids are so messed up in the head. Straight up said, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Wow. Technically, she is right.
I will say, though, that I think some people don't have a conscience. Because if that person had a conscience, it would have never went the way it went.
No.
Period.
You're absolutely right.
But David, and then David was talking about it too, and he was like, it's done and over, but you're still paying for it.
Which I feel so bad for you. You still having to go through and pay for all that stuff.
Well, it's slowly
it's
going
not
away,
right,
but and then her one daughter was talking to me until she went to her daughter and got onto her daughter for her daughter sharing her opinion. Like, if I did what she told her daughter I did, then she'd have been a lot madder at her daughter because I didn't share all the chat that I got.
Yeah.
I could have, but I didn't.
Considering her daughter's an adult, that's pretty low for you to get onto her like she's a freaking child when she's an adult.
Well, and after they did that, that's when her daughter stopped talking to me. But before that, she was like, "Oh, I'll never do that to you." Blah blah blah. Well, you lied just like your mother did.
Yep.
Just liars, dude. That's all they are. Liars.
Exactly.
Unfortunately. But that's what it is, though. When you get to where you don't even take care of your kids and they run wild at 16 years old. Yeah, well, like I said. But I'm thinking another week or so and everything will be scheduled.
Yep. And there you go.
But what was you doing? Playing your game?
No, I was actually about to tune into you when you messaged me.
Well, I'm gonna get off here and do this flight, so.
Okay.
And talk to David when he gets back and whoever else is up here.
Yeah, hopefully nobody else tries to watch over his shoulder while he's trying to work.
Oh, he don't care. All right. I'll talk to you on the stream.
All right.
See you. All right, let's get this flight going, you guys. Let me restart TFM because it's... All right, Park 80.
Brandon Armstrong.
Gate 80.
Good morning to everyone.
Let's, hey, Brandon. All right, so... Opener saying tensions. Okay, that's open. New flight.
Runway 13 at our discretion. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey.
All right, that's done. All right, new flight. Legion Airline requesting cargo to our destination.
Mission on request. This will take a minute or two.
All right, we'll hit connect. David will be back here in just a little bit, Brandon.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, copy that. You're transporting classified documents for a government agency to Palm Beach International Airport, KPBI. Ensure the documents are handled with utmost care and confidentiality.
Good afternoon,
The cargo
Captain.
weighs approximately 5,000 pounds. Safe travels.
V1 147, VR 149, V2 154. What
Message. Slide. Sandy. Slide to answer. Waiting.
40. Okay.
Good afternoon, Captain. We are just about done loading cargo. It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
11:42 a.m. Two notifications.
We're going to do
Brandon Armstrong.
flaps full on
I'm
that.
about to create me a personal voice.
Okay.
ready to go, Captain.
Oh, I just got an email in. Hold on a minute. That's why my phone. Okay, hold on. Giving comms to you.
I've got the comms, John. Let me know if you need anything else.
You can go ahead and request IFR if you want.
I'll get our IFR clearance from clearance delivery. St. Pete clearance, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey. We'd like to receive our IFR clearance. We have Kilo.
I'll have your clearance in just a second. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, St. Pete clearance, cleared to Appleton via the ended 2 departure. Then as filed, climb and maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 36010 minutes after departure. Departure on 125.3 squawk 3316. Expect runway 36.
St. Pete clearance, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, cleared to Appleton via ended 2, then as filed. Climb 2 and maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 360 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 125.3, squawk 3316. Anticipate runway 36.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, read back correct. Contact ground
Captain
on 121.9
boarding
when
has
ready.
started and the first passengers are aboard the plane.
Contacting ground on 121.9
hold
when
on.
ready. Allegiant
Hey
Niner
folks,
Delta
welcome
Whiskey.
aboard our flight today. We're heading to the lovely city of Appleton.
I've got a
Please take your seats according to your boarding passes.
Options menu.
And remember
I hate
to
this
stow your hand luggage under the
power
seat in front of
issue
you.
with these
If
gates.
you need any assistance, just let me know. I'm here to help
Pop-up
make
window.
your journey as comfortable as possible.
So I gotta go back and
Sit
go to the gate again.
relax, and enjoy the flight.
It's so stupid. I wonder why I wasn't getting no power.
Please wait. 25%. Welcome menu. Page 1 of welcome. Button. Currently Dune activities. Welcome. Profile. Button. Flight training. Maverick activities. Welcome. Button. Currently highlighted. Maverick active profile. Button. Currently highlighted. Welcome. Profile. Options. Button. Bullseye landing. Button. Options. Button.
What is this?
Message. Slide. Jordan Estad.
Yeah. Yeah. What does she need the address for? Oh, shoot, dude, it's gonna take me a minute to get it.
Brandon Armstrong. I'll create this
'Cause I'm
voice
gonna-
later. Apparently when checking sound it picks up voiceover
be in
saying
that
the phrase you're
paperwork.
supposed to say.
It should be in that paperwork, ain't it? Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay.
Maverick activities. Profile. Button. Welcome. Button. Currently highlighted. Welcome. Profile. Button. Currently highlighted. Flight training. Activities. Marketplace. Button 305. World map. World
I hate when it does this power thing. What'd you say, Brandon?
Aircraft selection and custom. Select departure. Search results. KPIE select departure. KPI switch departure and select arrival. Combo box. Select to open a search field, or select from recommended and recent airports. After an airport is selected here, an additional drop-down list becomes active below this one, to allow selection of a specific search results. KATW select arrival. KAT switch departure at KPIE St. Runway 36. Parking 3 ramp GA Parking 80 ramp GA medium. Parking 4 ramp GA. Parking 4 ramp G. Parking 4 ramp GA. Parking 5 ramp GA medium. Parking 5 ramp G. Parking 6 ramp G. Parking 7. Parking 7 ramp GA medium. Parking 7 ramp G. Parking 10 ramp GA. Parking 11 ramp GA small. Parking 10 ramp GA medium. Run.
All right.
Loading, please wait. 41%.
Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'm doing 10 things at once here.
Loading, please wait. 83%.
Alright.
Loading, please wait. 84%. Loading, please wait. 84%. Loading, please wait. 84%. Loading, please wait. 85%.
David SUT. I got the email that you got Johnny, and let me just say this. Her boy better just keep his lips closed before he steps in the wrong dog pee-all.
Oh, I know.
David SUT. So sad. Brandon Armstrong. Wow. Good morning, David. David SUT. But I'm not the one. Try me and see. David SUT.
This here.
I take out trash every day, way worse than that. So better just crawl back under your little rock. David SUT. Hi Brandon. David SUT. Talk about a family that is trash all the way around. They're proving it. Brandon Armstrong. He probably doesn't have a rock to go under. LOL.
Alright, let's see.
David SUT. Well, he doesn't want to mess with me. That is fact. David SUT. Anyways, Brandon. David SUT.
Alright.
How's it going?
Now, hopefully,
Ready to fly.
this gate better have power this time. Let me check it.
Brandon Armstrong. I definitely wouldn't want to mess with you either, that's also a fact, lol.
Okay, we do have power on it. Okay. So now we're good.
Brandon Armstrong. It's going very good here.
Alright, let me see.
David SUT. Okay, hold tight, kids. Be back.
Okay. Brandon, what's the cruise altitude this time, buddy? Let's see if you can get it this time. I'll give you one hit. It's between 33,000 and 41,000.
Brandon Armstrong. 35,000.
Oh, so close, buddy. Try one more time.
Starting pre-flight blow.
Brandon Armstrong. You do know what Marcellus Wallace looks like, don't you? Brandon Armstrong. How about 38,000?
No, Brandon, 36. And no, what looks like?
Brandon Armstrong. I was using a Pulp Fiction movie line since David said be back, kids.
Oh.
11:57 a.m. 2 notifications. Phone. Collapse stack. 13 minutes ago.
That's the noise it makes from the outside when the fire warning is going off. Or when the airplane.
Brandon Armstrong. I was going to say that's the weirdest alarm sound I heard, lol.
Yeah, and that's real too. Like if you're outside of them and that goes off, and you're on the outside, it'll make a chime like that real loud. All right.
Would you mind checking the SIDS and stars?
All right.
Heading out for my checks.
.36 ended 2 lacing. Execute. There's our departure. All right, so 12 directed core. I don't want to RNAV. Okay. Allegiant Airlines, do you know which runways at our destination are ILS? Hopefully 3 or 8. It's the same runway, but maybe one way at least would be ILS.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, Charlotte departure. I don't have that information. Please check your charts or contact the destination airport for ILS runway detail.
We'll just do ILS 3. Well, let me look real quick. It's going to be 3. That's 8,000. We can do that. And we'll just do GRB. Executes. Go there. I could go change the runway real quick. There we go.
Aircraft looks good.
$23.1. Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. Hello? Why? What is she wanting to do? No, now Kathy might be able to if she was to apply for a contract. Yeah. Oh no, it's got to be under contract, sissy. That's why there's a deal for what you're doing with me for either. Right. Yeah.
Flow completed. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen. Tested. Navigation, transfer, and display switches.
Normal and auto.
Window heat.
On.
Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Flight instruments.
Set.
Parking brake.
On.
Fuel control switches.
Cutoff.
Pre-flight checklist completed.
Call ended. Button. 2 notifications.
Alright, I'm back. I had to take care of something. Alright, let me fix the trim real quick. Right on 3, that's the way I like it. Alright, refresh that. V1 138. VR 140. 146 for V2. 8,000 feet is the length. We'll be fine on that. I think I didn't even check its runway, but I will. Hold on. Go there. Go there. Go there. Go there. Go there. Alright. I'm going to check this runway while we're waiting to make sure.
Initiating before start flow.
KPIE. $36. Let me see how. Oh yeah, 97.30 is it. Brandon, are you still there? 349.
Brandon Armstrong. Yes, I am just eating lunch.
Flow completed. Before start checklist. Flight deck door. Closed and locked. Fuel 23006 pounds. Checked. Passenger signs. On. MCP. Speed 146. Heading 349er. Altitude 36000. Set. Takeoff speeds. B1 147. BR 149er. B2 154. Checked. CDU pre-flight. Completed. Rudder and aileron trim. Free and zero. Anti-collision lights. On. Before start checklist completed.
Okay. Alright, that's that. see something. Huh. Okay, that didn't do nothing. Okay. That's me doing that. Hold on, guys. Okay, that's done. Okay. We are good. Let's go back.
Hello, below. Go ahead.
All right.
Beacons on. Brakes released. Clear to push straight out. Copy that. Clear to push straight back. Release the parking brake, please. Brakes released.
Start engines.
Starting engines.
You want to go ahead and request
Starting
pushback with startup, please?
I'll handle the pushback request, John.
I love this sound, guys.
Captain, the cabin is ready for departure.
Unknown
Hey
Allegiant
folks,
9er
welcome
Delta
aboard
Whiskey.
our flight
Request
today.
pushback with startup.
We're heading to the lovely city of Appleton. I'm
Nobody
Emma,
is
your flight
listening on
attendant for this trip,
121.8.
and I'm here to ensure you have a comfortable and enjoyable journey. Our captain today is
Engine
John,
two
and
started.
assisting him is First Officer JD. We're
Engine two
flying
cut
on a
out.
sleek Learjet, so sit back and enjoy the ride. Our expected flight time is approximately 2 hours and 15 minutes. Before we take off, I'd like to go over some important safety information. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle
Starting
and
engine
adjust
one.
it to fit snugly across your lap. To release, simply lift the top of the buckle. In the unlikely event of a loss of cabin pressure,
brakes
oxygen
set,
masks
clear to
will
disconnect,
automatically
and,
drop
thanks
from
for
the
the good
panel
push.
above you. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth,
Yeah, you
and
got
secure
it,
it
no
with the
problem.
elastic
We're
band.
disconnecting the tow bar
Breathe
now,
normally,
stand by, guys.
and remember to
Okay,
secure
tow
your
bar is
own mask
disconnected.
before
We're
assisting
disconnecting
others.
the interphone right now.
Your life
Pin's
vest
gonna be
is
on the right-hand
located
side,
under your
guys.
seat.
Take care. We'll see you.
If needed, remove it from its pouch, slip it over your head, and fasten the straps around your waist. Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs or by blowing into the tubes. Since we're on a small aircraft, there are no designated emergency exits like on larger planes. But rest assured, our crew is trained to handle
Brandon
any situation.
Armstrong.
Please take a
You
moment
just
to
got
review
to
the
love the
safety
trials
briefing
where
card
the
in your
defense
seat
tries
pocket
to
for
use
more
the autism
details.
route to explain
Engine
why
one
the
started.
criminal's family
and
need
we'll
to be in
underway
court.
shortly.
Engine
If you
one
need
cut out.
anything during the flight, don't hesitate to ask. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the
Yeah, I
flight.
know it.
All engines stable. Before taxi flow. Clear on the right. Clear on the left. Flow completed.
Brandon Armstrong.
Before taxi checklist.
I'm watching a pre-trial
Generators.
hearing for the Idaho shooter where his defense
Trophy.
tried to use that line.
Auto. Isolation valve. Auto. Engine start switches. Continuous.
Oh, okay.
Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Rejected takeoff. Flight control test.
All right, here we go. Yoke to the left.
Full left.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Yoke to the right.
Full right.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Straight back.
Full back.
Back to center. And forward.
Full forward. Checked. Brake test. Checked. Before taxi checklist completed.
Go ahead and request taxi, please. Today's menu for food will be pizza and salad.
Thank you, Captain John. I'll make sure to inform the passengers about today's menu, which includes pizza and salad.
I'll request taxi clearance for us. Unknown, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, ready to taxi. We have information Kilo, with information Yankee. Unknown, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, ready to taxi. We have information Kilo, with information Yankee. Nobody is listening on 121.8.
Allegiant Airline requesting taxi.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, taxi to runway 36 via Alpha, cross runway 4, then Alpha 8. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, contact tower on 118.3. Have a good afternoon.
Before takeoff flow.
We're ready for takeoff.
I'll request takeoff
Flow
clearance
completed.
from the tower.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps. Sit. Stabilization trim. Sit. Transponder. Sit. Cabin crew. Notify.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a little windy today, so make sure your seatbelts are fastened. Expect it to be a little bit of a bumpy ride on the way out, but I'll get us up to a cruising altitude to be nice and smooth for you. Request that clearance again, please.
I'll request the IFR clearance again.
No, request takeoff.
Niner Delta Whiskey, St. Pete Tower, runway 36.
Hey folks, just a quick note from the flight deck. It's a bit windy today, so please make sure your seatbelts are fastened. We might experience a few bumps on the way out, but Captain John will get us up to a nice, smooth cruising altitude soon.
Allegiant Airlines, we're ready for takeoff.
Runway 36, RNAV Foxar, cleared for takeoff. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
Alright, Brandon. Here we go, my friend.
Thrust set. Checked. Speed alive. Checked.
80 knots.
80 knots. Checked.
B1. Rotate.
B1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Positive rate.
Gear up. 400 feet. Lateral navigation. Flaps up. Vertical navigation. VNAV on. Autopilot. Command A on.
Brandon Armstrong. Nice takeoff.
Acceleration altitude.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, contact departure on 125.3.
Had a little bit of wind there. Did you hear how it slowed down? We had some wind get us right there. Wow.
Watch the airspeed. VNAV on.
This thing is a beast, man. Again, I like the 800 too. I really do.
Brandon Armstrong. I think your co-pilot's fallen asleep on the job again, LOL.
Check in with ATC again, please. No, it just didn't read it out loud, Brandon.
Flow completed.
Checking in with departure
After
now,
takeoff
John.
checklist. Engine start switches. Off. Packs. On. Auto brakes.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey,
Off.
I'm not seeing your transponder.
Landing gear.
Confirm squawking
Up and off.
3316, mode C
Flaps.
ident one more time for me.
Up. After takeoff checklist completed.
St. Pete Tower, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey. St. Pete departure. We're climbing past 5,000, heading for flight level 360, RNAV Foxar.
Allegiant Airline, repeat squawk code.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, I'm not seeing your transponder. Confirm squawking 3316 mode C ident one more time for me.
Squawk 3316.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, squawk 3316 acknowledged.
Dear guests, we've now climbed to a safe altitude and you are free to use your electronic devices. Additionally, our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available for your convenience. Thank you for your attention.
Are you seeing us on radar?
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, negative radar contact.
I don't know why it does this sometimes. I don't get it. Allegiant Squawk 3316, are you seeing us on radar? I don't know what this is doing.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, negative radar contact. Continue to squawk 3316 and ident if needed.
Allegiant Squawk 3316, ident.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, squawk 3316, ident acknowledged.
Make sure that our transponder is on and squawk code is set correctly, please.
John, I am only trained to handle the comms. You'll need to check the transponder settings yourself.
TCAS test pass.
Transition altitude. Checked.
I'm going to shut off TFM and turn it back on. I don't know why it does this. Allegiant Squawk 3316. Are you picking us up on radar? Allegiant Airlines, are you seeing us on radar?
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, negative radar contact. Continue squawking 3316.
Allegiant Airlines Squawk 3316. Can you see us now? Allegiant Airlines Squawk 3316. Do you pick us up on radar? You need to see if they can see us on radar or not.
I'll ask the tower to confirm radar contact again. St. Pete Tower, Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey. Could you verify radar contact, please?
Well, if they can't pick it up on Squawk, there ain't nothing I can do. We'll just have to go without it for this flight, I guess. It might be this airplane, to be honest, because it done this before. Squawk 3316, radar contact. Can you pick us up yet?
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, Jacksonville Center, radar contact, cleared direct routes.
Oh, there we go. They did pick us up. I fixed it. Leading airline, just curious about the weather up ahead of us. Do we have any thunderstorms in our path?
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, no thunderstorms reported in your path. Clear skies ahead.
That's always good to hear. I hope your day is good, sir.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey. Thank you, my day is going well. Safe travels.
Would you like me to drop you off some popcorn?
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey. That's a kind offer. I'll have to pass this time, but safe travels.
David SUT. That was a really good takeoff, Johnny.
Heck yeah, man.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Brandon Armstrong. Wow, this co-pilot doesn't like her job, lol. She isn't responding to X instructions.
She is, Brandon, but it's not playing the audio all the time. Because it was messing up, but she don't need to respond. That was, we got the same tower that we had. Check in with ATC, please. Sure, you checked in with this one, but it didn't play the audio.
Checking in with Jacksonville Center now, John.
Well, now she's checking in with Jacksonville because we just went across it.
Jacksonville Center, Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, Jacksonville Center, checking in, maintaining flight level 360.
They need to fix that.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, good afternoon.
David SUT. That was because Johnny did the radio check for being on radar.
Yeah, true. She probably assumed that was me doing regular check-in or something. I don't know what, but it also showed it in text. It just didn't play it.
David SUT. Brandon's first flight will be to Calgary.
Oh, that's beautiful.
David SUT. With no assistance.
Oh boy. Have fun, Brandon.
Brandon Armstrong. You would want me to fly there for my first flight, LOL. At least it's not Denver.
Yeah, Denver, that. I mean, I can land in Denver. I've done it, but it's not that horrible,
David
but it's
SUT.
not the best.
Denver is from Calgary after that.
Oh, well, there you go, Brandon. You just cooked your own cake. Submit that. That's done.
Hey folks,
David
we've reached our
SUT.
cruising altitude, and I'm happy
Denver
to let you
is
know
really
that we'll
not
be starting
hard.
our snack and drink
Go
service
the
shortly.
right speeds and you will be
Today
fine.
we've got some delicious pizza and a fresh salad on the menu. After the meal service, feel free to check out some exclusive items from our virtual airline shop. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of your flight to Appleton. If you need anything, just let me know.
Brandon gets to go to Calgary and then Denver. That'd be fun, Brandon.
David SUT. He is excited. Brandon Armstrong. It might not be as hard with the pmdg aircraft, but with freeware planes you might as well not even try to land there.
Well, I've landed there with the P3D airplanes. It's not impossible. You can't just come in there real fast. You got to be going slow when you come into that airport. It's a tricky one to land at. It is hard, but it's definitely doable. You can definitely land there. I think you and that airport just have a love-hate relationship.
Brandon Armstrong. Part of the problem was Tramp.
Yeah.
Center pump's coming off.
David SUT. Be back.
Okay, we'll be here. We got a way to go on this 1,000 miles. I retract that statement. 740 miles. Hour and 44 minutes.
Allegiant 9 or Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 123.9 or 5. Allegiant 9 or Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 123.9 or 5.
Captain John, we have a situation in the cabin. A passenger is severely ill, and it appears to be due to food poisoning. The passenger had a meal before boarding, and the symptoms started shortly after takeoff. I'm attending to them now, but we may need to consider diverting to the nearest airport if their condition worsens. I'll keep you updated on their status.
Okay, sounds good. Keep me updated.
Roger that, Captain John. I'll keep you updated on any developments in the cabin. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
Allegiant 9
Brandon
Delta Whiskey,
Armstrong.
contact Atlanta Center on
Just why you don't eat a meal
127.125.
before boarding a plane in the airport.
Oh, hell, I ate all the time when I flew before I got on the plane, dude.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 135.0. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 121.35.
Allegiant 9 or Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 134.8. Allegiant 9 or Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 132.05. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 133.6.
Alright guys, let's take a look here. Hour and 2 minutes.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Atlanta Center on 133.6.
Still with us, Brandon?
Allegiant 9 or Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 126.9 or 25.
Brandon Armstrong. I've been here the entire time.
Yeah, I know you have.
Brandon Armstrong. Yes, co-pilot, contact Atlanta Center and do your job, LOL.
She already talked to Atlanta Center, silly. A little while ago.
Allegiant 9 or Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 126.9 or 25.
Brandon Armstrong. Seriously, why can't Apple have a true block call feature where people can't even leave voicemail if you block them?
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 121.175. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 124.625.
All right.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 124.625. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 134.275. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey. Contact Indianapolis Center on 134.275. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey. Contact Indianapolis Center on 124.775. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 119.55. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Indianapolis Center on 119.55. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Chicago Center on 123.85.
Alright, let's see here.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Chicago Center on 123.85.
Alright, we're not far from starting our descent. Still with me, Brandon?
Brandon Armstrong. When wouldn't I be here? I mean LOL.
Alright, buddy. Alright, let's get our descent checklist done here. One oh 9.10 28.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Chicago Center on 121.275.
109.10.
Flow completed. Descent checklist. Pressurization. Sit. Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Sit. Landing data. 136. Minimums. 200. Approach briefing. We're expecting the ILS approach for runway 03. The minimum altitude is 200 feet. We'll use auto brakes 4. We can expect to park at gate 8. In case of go around, we'll climb per ATC instructions on the runway heading. Any questions? No. Completed. Descent checklist completed.
All right. KHW.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Chicago Center on 134.875.
All right, there we go. alright, 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 Brandon. I don't know if it was before or after Brandon flew on the 739 and took Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear with him, and then made him walk home because he didn't have no hair. And he said Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't so fuzzy, was he?
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Chicago Center on 132.905.
You gonna do what ATC just told you to do?
I can't change frequencies, John. You'll need to handle that.
Giving comms to you.
I'll handle the frequency change to Chicago Center on 132.905.
You got comms now as well.
Got it. I'll handle the comms from here.
She had them earlier. I don't understand. Hello. No, I'm waiting on, I asked, hold on.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Chicago Center on 126.425.
Switching to Chicago Center on 126.425, Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey. Chicago Center, Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 360.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, Chicago Center, good afternoon. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, Chicago Center. I'll have you descending in just a moment. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, Chicago Center. When you're ready to begin your descent, descend and maintain flight level 260.
Descend and maintain flight level 260 when ready. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey.
Approaching top of descent.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, descend and maintain flight level 200.
Descend and maintain flight level 200. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey.
Hey folks, just a quick update as we start our approach to Appleton. Please make sure you're seated with your seatbelts fastened and stow away your tables. The use of lavatories is no longer allowed at this time. We'll be on the ground shortly, and thank you for your cooperation.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Descend and maintain flight level 190. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, descend and maintain 3700, turn right heading 045 vectors for the RNAV runway 21 approach.
Descend and maintain 3700, right turn heading 045 for vectors RNAV runway 21 approach. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey.
All right. What?
Transition altitude. Checked.
ITFC audio description.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, turn right heading 045.
Turning right heading 045, Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey.
Allegiant Delta Whiskey, contact Green Bay approach on 126.3.
Contacting Green Bay approach on 126.3. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey.
Alright, slow this baby down a little bit.
Speed brake armed.
Here comes speed brake, speed brake, speed brake.
Allegiant
alright.
Niner Delta Whiskey, Green Bay approach. Good afternoon. Appleton, altimeter 30.00. Expect the RNAV runway 21 approach into Appleton.
Expect the RNAV runway 21 approach. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
Actually, we are going to be landing at runway 3 with the ILS approach. Need to update that with them.
Runway 3 isn't active right now, so we need to stick with runway 21 for the RNAV approach.
Huh. Well, we ain't got a choice but to land at runway 3, so they better make way, because we coming in.
Flaps 2.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, turn right heading 050.
Allegiant Airline requesting runway 3 with the ILS approach. That is the only runway that we're able to land on due to the runway length. Copy?
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, cleared for the ILS approach to runway 3 at Appleton.
Cleared for the ILS approach to runway 3. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
She said it wasn't available. I think she might be confused. Brandon, eyes like a frog. He was begging for treats like a little bitty dog, so we gave him a milk bone and we sent him back home. What up? Hold on a minute, buddy.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Hey folks, as we begin our final approach into Appleton, please make sure your electronic devices are turned off and stowed away until we've arrived at the gate. Kindly put your tray tables away and ensure your seats are in their full upright position. Also, make sure your seatbelts are fastened securely. Once we land, our airline staff will provide you with information regarding your connecting flights. Thank you for your cooperation. Captain, cabin is ready.
Flaps 5.
All right. Almost there, folks.
Speed brake armed.
Alright, I'm going to slow this down even more because we are coming up on this pretty quick.
Flaps 10. Speed brake armed. Approach mode on.
2500. Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Flaps 50.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Airspeed is not low, dude.
Gear down.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, contact Appleton Tower on 119.6.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Switching to Appleton Tower on 119.6. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
Flaps 25.
Appleton Tower, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey. Good afternoon. We're established on the ILS approach for runway 3.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, Appleton Tower, winds 130 at 8, runway 3 cleared to land.
Runway 3 cleared to land. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
approach checklist. Arrow reference. 2-9-8. Checked. Approach checklist completed. Landing checklist. Engine start switches. Continuous. Speed brake. Armed. Landing gear. Down. Flaps.
Approaching
Set.
runway
Cabin crew.
03.
Notified. Landing checklist completed. Flaps 40. Watch airspeed.
Brandon Armstrong. I am loving this nice spring weather.
Command B on.
Approaching runway 12. Approaching runway 21.
LNAV on.
Alright, hold
Watch
on,
airspeed.
folks. We gotta. We gotta go
Flaps
around.
25.
Legion, going around.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, landing clearance canceled. Execute missed approach procedure. Contact departure on 126.3.
VNAV on.
Missed approach. Contacting departure on 126.3, Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey. Departure Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, afternoon maintaining 1500 feet.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, departure, good afternoon, Appleton altimeter 29.907. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, departure, turn left, heading 205 vectors for the ILS runway 3 approach.
Left heading 205 for vectors to the ILS runway 3 approach. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey.
Heading select on.
Did they say heading 205?
Yeah, that's right. We're turning left, heading 205 for the ILS runway 3
Approach
approach.
mode on.
Oh crap. Good time for my headset to go dead. Hold on. Really good time for my headset to shut off. gosh.
Approaching runway
Come
27.
You've got to be kidding me. There we go. What heading did it give us?
They gave us a left turn to heading 205 for vectors to the ILS runway 3 approach.
That's going if they can give us the heading to line us up with the ILS.
Yeah, that's what they're doing now. We're turning
Runway
left to
09.
205 for the ILS runway 3 approach.
Alright, let's see if they guide us the right way, because
Approaching runway 18.
LNAV on.
Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey, turn right heading 225.
Turning right heading 225. Allegiant 9 Delta Whiskey.
Heading select on.
approach mode on. Flaps 30. Command B on.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, turn left heading 165.
Left heading 165. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey.
Command A on.
Okay, we're turning.
2500.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, proceed direct apex. Cleared for the ILS runway 3 approach.
Proceeding direct apex. Cleared for the ILS runway 3 approach. Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
I think we got it. Yeah, I think we got it.
1000.
Approaching runway 36.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate. Glide slow. 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 Glide slow.
I hate that stupid glide slope crap.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slope.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, contact Appleton Tower on 119.6.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Switching to Appleton Tower on 119.6, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
Appleton Tower, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey. Good afternoon. We're established on the ILS for runway 3 approach.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, Appleton Tower, winds 130 at 8, runway 3 cleared to land.
Oh my God, shut
Runway
up.
3 cleared to land. Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
We gotta listen to that.
Glide slope.
I'm gonna find out how to turn that off.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
There's nothing I can do to shut it up.
Glide slope.
Minimums.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
We're almost there. We're almost there, guys.
Flaps 40.
All right. We got to go manual, y'all.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Manual braking. Speed brake out. Reverse thrust. $70 knots. Initiating after landing checks.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, welcome to Appleton. Contact ground on 121.7.
Switching to ground on 121.7.
I had to land as manual
Allegiant 9er Delta
because
Whiskey.
Flow completed.
this airport is the one we always have trouble with. I don't know why, but we
Appleton
do.
ground, Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey. Afternoon, we're clear of runway 3 and ready to taxi to the gate.
We're already at the gates.
Allegiant 9er Delta Whiskey, Appleton ground, taxi to gate via Delta Bravo Charlie. Have a good day.
Great, let's start the shutdown checklist.
Well, folks, we've just touched down in
Taxi to
Appleton,
gate Delta
and I must
Bravo
say,
Charlie.
Captain
Allegiant
John gave
9er
us a
Delta
landing that
Whiskey.
was as smooth as a Wisconsin cheese spread. The local time here is 2:22 p.m., and the weather's looking quite pleasant with a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, or 10 degrees Celsius, and no precipitation in sight. Just a reminder to please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until we've reached our final parking position. Did you know Appleton is known for its vibrant art scene and is home to the famous Mile of Music Festival? It's a city that truly rocks.
And
On
submit
behalf of
flight.
Captain John, First Officer JD,
There
and
we
myself,
go.
we
Flight
thank you for
submitted.
flying with us today. We hope you have a wonderful stay in Appleton, or wherever your travels may take you next. Goodbye and take care. And take.
Alright, so that is done. Go there, go there, go there, go there. Alright guys, what we're going to do, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. And I'll be back here in just a little bit. And we will do our next flight. We're going to be doing a long flight tonight, overnight. Oceanic. Later tonight. So, be back in a bit.